Hello, Cyberfart. Hello, hello. You are early. Stream just started. Still busy announcing it. Oh, 16 updates to install on Discord. Let's go. Let's go. I'm sure all 16 are going to be super great. And I'm going to use every single feature introduced in all those new version, new updates things. Uh-oh, it's stuck. Installing update 1 of 16. Man. Okay. Here now. Okay. Posting, tweeting, tooting, blue skying, LinkedIn, everything. Okay. So I need stimulants. I need caffeine. And then we can start. By the way, I fixed my bug yesterday. It was so simple. Just a very extremely simple off by one error. Fixed it in a moment. Like really took me nothing. Now it works. What's missing is that we don't auto indent CSS nicely. So we have to decide. Well, we need at some point to at least do some CSS parsing. I guess the question is, how complicated is freaking CSS? Like CSS spec, I guess. I'm not gonna do this now. I'm not getting into another parser right away, but yeah, you do have one. Yeah, I know, but you know, okay. If it's open source, I'm happy to take a look at it. That said, well, you've seen how different parsers can be. and stuff. So what's the version of CSS that we are at now? Is that CSS 3? Well, actually, being bare bones, it's probably better than it being super full of functionality. Because the more functionality you put in, the higher the chances are that it does something that I don't want. Something like that. CSS 3 spec. Descriptions of... Wait. Level 4? How many fucking levels are there? Dude, there's an entire freaking tech tree for... It's split into more than 20 specs. CSS Snapshot 2023. CSS Grid Template Layout. Well, okay. It makes sense that they have plenty of documents because this needs to also spec the behavior. And I don't care about the behavior. So let me... CSS 3 grammar spec. Candidate recommendation draft. Search for syntax in that page. Okay. The syntax of CSS rules in HTML's style attribute is strictly speaking not part of CSS. What do you mean, dude? What are you... Okay. But it's mentioned here because it is produced by the CSS working group. It was made necessary because XHTML 1.0 in contrast to HTML 4.0 doesn't define the syntax of CSS rules in its style attribute. However, the specification is valid for all similar attributes, e.g. those in SVG, not just for HTML. Well, it's... Okay, fine. CSS syntax. Okay, so that's yeah, that's the document that I somehow landed on. Anyway, okay. Tokenizer algorithm. Please don't tell me. Please, okay. I'll go make tea and I'll come back. And I want to see how freaking weird and overcomplicated these guys are gonna make the parser. I'm actually looking forward to seeing that. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's go. Hello, everybody. So, let's see. The hardest part is that they put tokens and AST nodes into the same stream. So, in AST nodes are in reality compound tokens or something like that. The tokenizer generates syntax tokens that later can be piped into the tokenizer again. Honestly, I've never seen a single implementation that does it. That was okay, that does that thing. Yeah, that way. Okay, that way. This is extremely inefficient. It's not hard to work around it. Whew. Holy shit. What a story. Okay, so I'm curious to take a peek, but I'm not implementing this shit now. Like, there's no fucking way. I'm done. I'm done for a while. So, wait, you can add import? Really? I didn't even know you could do this. I always included CSS style sheets using I don't remember what's the attribute name, like the tag name, link, I think. Okay, let's look tokenization. Yo, they have these thingies. Let's go. These are nice. Fuck is a CDO token. No, dude, don't do this to me. Oh no. Oh, but wait, do they specify also oh, they also specify failure states and everything else. Okay. Oh, it's very okay, it's very HTML style. That seems good, I guess. Tokenization. To tokenize a stream of code points into a stream of CSS tokens input. Repeatedly consume a token from input until an EOF token is reached, pushing each of the return tokens into a stream. Each call to the consume a token algorithm returns a single token, so they can also be used on demand to tokenize a stream of code points during parsing if so desired. Characters are also tokens. Okay. The output of tokenization step is a stream of 0 or more of the following tokens: ident token, function token, @keyword token, hash token, string token, bad string token, URL token. Hey everybody. Yeah, we're getting there. It's like it's a first release. There's features that are missing. Like right now, I'm taking a peek at the insanity of the CSS spec. Because as things stand now, we don't have CSS auto indenting. Like we know how to remove trailing white space, but we don't know how to auto indent the contents of a style tag. And to be fair, we don't know how to do that with JavaScript either. So that's a problem. I guess we could do something naive that says, you know what, if a line, like we could enforce a minimum level of indentation, but well, you can do that. You just read the spec, parse the CSS AST, and then re-render the CSS AST using a canonical representation, which is what already we do with HTML. It's just, I don't know. So style stays as is for a while more. We don't care about it anymore. So let's get rid of this style. We don't care. But here's what we do care about. So, okay, check this out. Okay, this is a beautiful example. So, right now, we open HTML, we open divx, we close div. We know the div is a wrong type of tag and we complain, but then everything ends. And what's going on here is that we're kind of missing a process that guarantees that we basically close up the AST. Right now, the tree is still working. It's still like open in a sense, and we're not handling the EOF token correctly. In a sense, I think we should say that the EOF token, once we receive an EOF token, which is null, I guess, we're kind of basically we need to look at the current node and close it. Close everything, and everything that we close needs to be marked as missing a closing tag. And that's kind of it in reality, right? Because like a premature end, all it needs to do is tell you that some things are missing their closing tag. Although, let me think about it for a moment. That's fine. So here we need to close divx. We need to mark divx. There's nothing more complicated than this. It's very simple. So we need to do this. And the second thing that we're missing is this. Duplicate attributes. I want to have those two things. I also think we might want to implement rules like you cannot have div elements instead of p elements, no divs inside p's. That's probably a good idea. But less important. So let's implement these two fixes now, and then we can start working on publishing the LSP. And then everything else we slap in an issue, and we just tell to people, contributors, if they're interested to contribute. Let's see. CSS is kind of simple in that sense. If you do me indentation and then indent for every scope block, maybe could be a good start. Let's see for actual AST parsing. Oh yeah, you're right. So we could do the count Carly's trick, but honestly, at this point, I mean, we also want to produce diagnostics for wrong CSS and also autocomplete for CSS. So like, I think we want a proper, proper LSP support also for CSS. And then, frankly, after we are done with that, we should ask ourselves, what do we want to do with regards to JavaScript? We should also ask ourselves, what do we want to do with regards to JavaScript? Hello, Mumi Jumala. HTML LSP. Yep. I was just thinking the other day that someone should make one that doesn't depend on VS Code. Oh, Mumi Jumala. Let me tell you one thing. You do not want the one in VS Code either. Let me show you a couple things. So first of all, I just closed poop, and what is it? No, it's Command Shift P. So I close poop, and I get no error. Nothing complains that I close poop. The problem is not that poop is not a meaningful tag name. Technically, you could also complain about this if you wanted to be very strict. Like if you assume that this is like, web HTML, no meta tags of any kind, no weird tags of any kind. So you could complain if you wanted to, but that's not a problem. The problem is that this was never opened. So we could, for example, try to close a span. There was never an open span. This is clearly an error. So this is bad. Check out my thing. Well, you saw it here already. I tried to close a div, but I changed this to be a div X. I just added another letter to make it be something else. And I complain. VS Code doesn't complain. Check out also this. So this is a self-closing div. This in XHTML is short. In XHTML, this is the short, or XML in general. This is the short version of this. Like self-closing means close right away. But this is not a thing in HTML. In reality, browsers are told to ignore the trailing slash. So in reality, for a browser, this P is inside the div, not a sibling. Here, if I format, actually, let me open first the div normally. So if I open the div normally and I format, then VS Code will show you with the auto indentation that P is inside div. I add a slash, I format, and now it's a sibling. It lost an indentation level because VS Code, the LSP in VS Code assumes that this self-closing thing should be respected. This is misleading. Not only this is like not correct, this is also misleading. So we're aiming for something strictly better than VS Code. We're not there yet. We're better in some ways, worse in some others. Does it keep PRE? Yeah, the one in VS Code keeps PRE. The one that they tell you to get from Helix does not. But this one respects PRE. I made the core data structure used by the compiler much more complicated, and the compiler got slower. Who could have predicted this outcome? Oh no. So this is still related to intern pool, I'm guessing. In HTML, you can have custom tag names like poop, which is valid. Not valid if it does not have an open bracket, of course. I believe that what they tell you is that if you make your own custom ones, they need to have like a dash in the name, because the HTML standard reserves any non-dashed name. So like they might introduce foo one day, so if you decided to use foo for your needs, then you'll have a collision. So they say that if you make your own thing, it should be called like foo, I don't know, component, or you can come up with a better name than what I'm doing right now, but it should have a dash in it. So I guess it would be fair to complain about poop because of the name, but regardless, we're not there yet at all with this LSP. Like this LSP, this was clearly was not a priority. I would say that obviously people are not focusing on supporting the use case well, which is weird. It's weird. So, okay, here's a question for chat. Think about it. If you think about the most popular file format, and you include also files that are not necessarily stored, but only even sent over the wire, so files that not necessarily exist on disk, but that exist because they're generated from a web server and received from a web client, and received by a web client. I would argue that HTML is probably the most popular file format on the planet. So here's a question for chat. Would you be willing to challenge this statement? Would you be able to bring to the attention of this court a file format that you would have reason to believe it is more popular than HTML? If you only count files on disk, I might not be convinced anymore that HTML is the most popular one. But if you also count file formats on the wire, I would say HTML is the most popular. But I'm also happy to hear other opinions. And I guess my point is, if it is the most popular one, why do you not even get freaking error highlighting when you write it wrong? Man. Okay. Let's go close the AST. So the idea is, while tokenizer next, we do this stuff. But at some point, we don't while tokenizer next anymore, because we're done. Okay, so we're about to return, but here we need to finalize the tree. So Finalizing the tree means look at current. If it's not closed, complain, go to parent, do the same until you reach root, basically. I feel like we go with recent frameworks. The client side, you ship 30 lines of HTML, 300 kilobytes of JavaScript. Or server side, you just ship 12k lines of HTML. Also, website revisit have one HTML but multiple JS. There's a lot of SPAs, that's for sure. But I don't know. Like, if you think of all like the WordPresses, for example, out there, WordPress, I would say, counts as mostly HTML. Like, that makes sense. Surely there's a lot of like, you know, fancy front end plus RESTful JSON API. But even then, I wouldn't say that would make JSON a more popular file format than HTML, even accounting for that. That said, I don't have hard data on hand. That's just my gut feeling, I guess. I think that we can steal some code from here. So previously we were moving a cursor, but now it's fine because we can mess with current. So the idea is, while current is different than root, why zig? Hey Mazin, why zig? That's a good question. Why zig? I don't know. Ask me a more precise question. I'm not gonna answer why zig with 2 question marks, but I will answer a more precise question. Okay, so if current is not closed, current name. So I do a lot to find the current name. That's fine. That's good. Missing end tag. Beautiful. And we go up. And then at some point, parent is going to be a root. And then we're good. Okay, so this should help us finalize the tree. Let's see how well we're doing. There we go. Everything is bad. Correct. This is wrong. This is missing. This is missing. Pretty good. Pretty good. Let's see. Let's add something that shouldn't be a problem. Missing not type name. Perfect. Okay. So this is still fine. Okay, this is behaving perfectly. So next is duplicated attributes. Now the question is, where do we worry? When do we worry about duplicated attributes? Does it handle implicitly closed tags? Yes, it handles them by reporting them as an error. I have no intention of considering them okay. I know that the spec considers some, like, allows for some tags to be implicitly closed. In my case, I don't. every time you leave a tag open, you made a mistake, period. Because the problem is that it's hard to, the moment that you account for that possibility, then a lot of genuine human errors will end up becoming valid HTML that you cannot report an error about. So BR is used a lot though. Well, but BR is a void tag. Void tags don't... It's not an implicit close tags. Implicit close is something like this. I don't know. This is an implicitly closed tag, like the H1. Yeah. So, no, for me, it's a missing end tag. You know also why? Because people can do this. Basically, they forget to close they forget the backslash. Well, not the backslash, the slash on the end tag. And this is actually correct. This is an H1 that happens to contain another H1, and both happen to be closing implicitly. And so if I were to support that, I wouldn't be able to report this as an error because it would be, well, semantically valid. So no. IMG is also an edge case. It's not. Those have a name. Those are very normal cases. These things are called void tags. Area, base, BR, call, embed, HR, IMG, input, link, meta, source, track, and WBR. These are all void tags. These are tags that don't have a body. Yep. Honestly, it's so bad that they designed these things this way. Like, such a blunder. Because they could have made these normal tags and say you should self-close them. Like, I don't know, they could have done better. Like, having a hard-coded list of magic tags that don't have a body or anything is so fucking weird. But in any case, so yeah, no, this is handled. I know about void tags. I know that they don't need a closing tag. I can show you also. Perfectly good. Weird. This is a good parser, man. This is not bad. Okay, let's introduce these errors. So the question is, who should be checking for those? Because the funny thing is that it's already the best available. It's an LSP, I believe so. I think that the built-in functionality inside of like WebStorm, for example, is better. But that's not an LSP. That's the IntelliJ. It's IntelliJ, right? Well, it's WebStorm. JetBrains, sorry. Yeah, JetBrains WebStorm can do better, but that's not an LSP. It's like, yeah. Man, I hope I'm not gonna ruin their business model too much with a decent HTML LSP. Okay, so who is in the best position to complain about duplicated attributes? So the tokenizer has to go through all your attributes and validate them one by one. And I made it so that it does not return those tokens unless you ask it to do that, because I don't save the attributes inside the AST. So, and then basically when I need to print them, I retokenize them on the fly from the start tag when rendering. But rendering is a little bit too late. We don't want to check those while rendering. We could check them in the parser, since the parser already takes in an allocator and the tokenizer doesn't take an allocator. That would mean like running on the same like running on the same ASTs twice, basically. Sorry, yeah, running twice on the tokens. Okay, let's think about memory management. How do we want to? So, point number one. We need memory to check for duplicates. To be fair, we don't have to. We could get away with not using extra memory, but that would require a quadratic algorithm, because we would have basically for every attribute, we would have to check all the attributes before of it for duplicates. It's bad. It's not great. Way too much work. But we could give an allocator to the tokenizer. And the tokenizer, but what does the tokenizer do then? I guess the tokenizer... Oh, you know what? That's also super annoying, because then we would have to not make the tokenizer do this second time around. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, so... Nah, that's also not great. That is also not great. That is also not great. I think we have to do this in the parser. Ultimately, it's the best place. So, how does it work? It works like this. We are in the parser. We have received a tag. We have received a star tag with attributes. So right now we treat all star tags the same, but some have attributes. Also, there's this self thing that I probably need to get rid of, since those always report errors. But anyway. So let me see. At which point do we want to do this check? Maybe at the end. Check for duplicated attributes. So to do this, we need a new tokenizer instance. You know what? We can steal some code from render. Okay, so TT, we set it that we set it to a way in which we want return address attributes. I think we don't need this login for now. So we retokenize. We grab a slice to the current. Oh, this is current.open. In our case, we care about what the its tag. Yeah. Tag.open. Test tag source. Local constant name shadow. Local constant from outer scope. Oh, you know what? No, yeah, we don't need to retokenize the name because we have the name as a separate thing. So, oh, but we need to discard it basically. This is it. So we need to discard it because we don't care. Don't care about this. We don't print. We're not rendering. We don't care about verticality. What we do care is about attributes. Okay. So we only expect vertical. No. We only expect attributes. Vertical doesn't matter. Okay. Whatever we do in here doesn't matter. Because here, all we want to do is check against our list of scene attributes. Okay, what's a good data structure for that? I guess we can just put this stuff in a hash map, right? That seems reasonable. Oh, we could probably do better than a string hash map, but as a starting point, that's fine. So what do we put as a value? This is an interesting part, because so as a starting point, we could treat this as a set. So we could put void as a value, because we only care about presence. Once something is present, then we can report an error. But if we instead put a span as a value, then we can save where we saw the first instance of that duplicated attribute. And so we can basically say, oh, this is duplicated. Here's the original one. So let's do that. I don't know if the LSP allows us to do that, but there's gonna be other things that might be able to support. Oh no, you know what though? The problem is that our error structure right now doesn't allow us to say more than that. Okay, you know what? Let's do void, because our own error structure right now doesn't support more than that, and I don't want to change that right now. So string to hash map init. Init with what? Init with what? Init with what? So let's see what type of allocator we have on hand. We have a GPA. Do we want a GPA for this thing? No, I feel like we want like an attribute arena, basically, that we keep resetting. Or, you know what, wait, maybe it doesn't even need to be an arena, because the hash map allows us to do that. Yeah, you know what, let's add like some kind of permanent hash map data structure. And then we reset it every time we need to use it. Is there some kind of reset function? We need to check in the docs. Nope, wrong side. Well, it's one of these hash maps. Where is it? Yeah, it's a hash map. Okay, show me the hash map. So capacity, clear and free. Yeah, we kind of want clear, but not free. Empty the map and release the backing allocation. This does not free keys or values. Be sure to release them if they need the initialization before calling this function. Yeah, that's fine. There we go. Clear, retaining capacity. That's what we want. From TTB, is Zig on lead code? Good question. I don't know. I can tell you that Zig is on Exorcism. So if you go to Exorcism, discover languages, Zig, you can find 40 exercises on Exorcism. It's not on LeetCode. These guys are slacking. Maybe we love in SF. I'm sorry. I don't know. Is this funny just to me? I somehow feel like that, you know, considering the, why is it funny? Well, considering the amount of you know, blog posts and comments on the internet and the general opinion that just asking candidates to solve LeetCode problems in an interview is an awful hiring practice, which I don't know if this is like, maybe calling it that this is the consensus is a little bit too strong, but it is, I would say it's a very prevalent opinion that it's a damaging hiring trend. And so it's funny because it's kind of like it's a hamster wheel, right? It's a hamster wheel built by them, kept running by companies and lazy hiring managers, in my opinion. And so it's like, oh yeah, there you go, man. We built this human suffering machine with love in San Francisco. I get rejected 90% due to data structures bullshit. Meanwhile, I qualify 98% from 10 interviews. I'm sorry to hear that, man. But I like LeetCoding is not suffering. Well, LeetCoding itself is not suffering. It is suffering, though, when your workplace starts quizzing you on implement this weird ass algorithm that solves this problem in big O of 1 or big O of n, and then that's a thing that you're never gonna fucking do on at your job, because your job is, I don't know, wiring JavaScript packages together in React. That's kind of what I'm hinting at. Hello, recursive chat. So that's why I find it funny. You know, I remember in a previous life doing an interview and straight face, like in hindsight, and I realized how fucking stupid I was, but I remember straight face looking at my interviewer who asked me to write a FizzBuzz, no joke, and telling them that I thought that asking candidates to write a FizzBuzz was an horrible idea. I did get that job, though. Oh my god. Was it a junior position or senior? That's a good question. Can I say neither? It wasn't presented to me with neither title. It was just software engineer, and the kind of things that I had to do were nothing like, you know, team leading or anything, but I was expected to be useful day one. The need for being right greater than the need for making money. Yeah. Man, you know, and I'm at a point right now where I don't even cringe at the thought. I just find it funny. It's like I grow so detached from my past self in that sense that it's kind of like looking at somebody else doing that, you know. It's like looking at a, I don't know, Silicon Valley skit or something. I struggle at explaining things in verbally, but much better written. Do they not do the whiteboard stuff anymore? Like, I remember that at some point whiteboarding was a thing. So when you had to explain things, you were usually allowed to use the whiteboard. And then again, the whiteboard is another medium that you might not be familiar with and not be used to. I personally have horrible calligraphy, so I I don't write nice things on whiteboards, but it used to be a thing. Oh, you know what? Maybe if it's like remote position, maybe not as much today, huh? Okay, so we have these scene attributes here. We also need to defer free this stuff. Okay, but in here, we just reset it. Is it retaining or retaining capacity? Retaining capacity. Beautiful. So we reset it before using it every single time. We don't do stupid stuff with memory. So once we do a normal allocation pattern, so we don't wrap this in an arena, which is good because whenever anything needs to be reallocated, arenas fucking suck for that. So this seems like a pretty decent setup. So at this point, whenever we see an attribute, okay, now we care about what to do with it. I still haven't got my first job in CS. Any tips? Arnau, how old are you? Where are you from? If you don't feel like sharing, by the way, you don't have to, or you can be imprecise. But I feel like, yeah, like knowing whether you're in Canada, US, Europe, I don't know, Southeastern Asia, China, New Zealand can help calibrate an answer. So, so scene. Go. I'm 18, but in Spain. But is the S? Do you pronounce the S or is the S silent? Are you 18 and in pain? It's very normal to start working at 16 legal age. I have worked, just not in computer science. Okay, so Arnau, I feel like we probably are kinda... We probably share a lot of things. I live in Italy, and I feel like that Italy and Spain have a lot of similarities among them. So my guess is that you didn't say if you live in a big city like Madrid, for example, or if you live more on the countryside. But roughly speaking, I guess that your situation is not that different from Italy. And the thing is, for us, if you're gonna find a job locally, buongiorno. Yeah, you got it right enough. Not fully right, but right enough to be understandable. Buongiorno to you, recursive chat. So, if you find a local job, chances are that it's going to be web dev, potentially in consultancy. That is a decent way of getting started. So, I guess what I would say is, as long as the pay is vaguely reasonable and the company is, I will move next year to Valencia, pretty big city. Okay. So, by the way, I'm not aware of any, specific things inside of Spain. Like, for example, I know that for other cities, I'll talk about the United States. In the United States, if you're near New York, there's going to be a bunch of fintech stuff. If you live in San Francisco, there's going to be other kinds of tech scams. If you live in Ohio, you live in Ohio. So in Spain, probably you will have cities that are do more of one thing, more of another thing, and that will have an impact. But I'm not aware of those things. So setting that aside, chances are that your the majority of the job offerings in your area will be web stuff, first and foremost, and second, probably consultancy. As I said, it's a decent way of getting started. It's not optimal. I'll get to that in a moment. You don't want to stay there forever, ideally, but it's fine to get started and to gain some experience. The thing is, yeah, you want to get started basically with whatever you can get, as long as the pay is not offensively low. It's good. The problem is, web dev teaches you low level stuff. There is some, but it's not nowhere near as popular, because the reality is that there's a ton of jobs out there, like a ton of companies that do not technology, they do other stuff, but they need a website or they need services of some kind, like web services of some kind, and that is the majority of the marketplace. If you want to do something that is more intense, more interesting, then San Francisco. But then you get to a point where you realize that those things are just scams with extra steps anyway. Fancier, more interesting. If you go to San Francisco, you get a chance to do maybe some of the more interesting CS stuff. Still a scam though. Startups, mostly a scam. Not all of them, just mostly. But that's setting that aside. So yeah, the problem is that web stuff is interesting only up to a point. At some point, it becomes fucking boring, and it's not going to teach you computer science or like software engineering past a certain level. Point number two, consultancy also fucking sucks, because consultancy is a system where you basically sell a client a solution. The client pays a given amount to get that solution. Usually, people underestimate the scope. Salespeople in your consultancy company will undersell. They will try to undercut competitors in terms of like the price that they ask, and so basically they will compress timelines for everything. And long story short, in consultancy, most of the time, unless you are lucky enough to get into, I don't know, some very high-level fancy consultancy firm that only deals with fancy clients, there are some of those, just very few. In the majority of cases, you will basically write shitty software, quick, with shitty solutions that do the wrong thing, because sometimes even the customer wants the wrong thing. Like, you realize the semantics are completely wrong, but that's what the customer asked for, and it's not your job to make them get that right, because there's no extra money for you or like the company in doing that. So basically, you make a mud pie, you give the mud pie to your customer, you hope that the mud pie has, you add into the mud pie enough vanilla extract to make it taste vaguely like it's not mud, so that hopefully they come, once they're starving again, they come back to you, so that you can feed them another mud pie. That's the idea. So ideally, at some point, after that you gain some experience and you learn some of the soft skills, because software engineering, it's not just software engineering. There's also other things that you have to learn, like living in an office, dealing with other people, dealing with customers, what to say, what not to say, stuff like that. So after you get a little bit better, you should probably try to aim for a product company, like a company that isn't in the business of making mud pies for other businesses, but it's in the business of making just one very fancy mud pie. Well, ideally, a product company should focus more on making a good product. And so now doing the right thing becomes more important than how it usually is in consultancy companies. That said, that's going to be tougher, because there are way more consultancy companies than there are product companies. Or I don't know about the absolute numbers, but there's way more consultancy job positions, open positions, than there are open positions in product. And product companies are pickier. They will be more careful during the interview process. So getting some experience there might be good. Getting some experience before applying to those might be good. I mean, that said, if you somehow find one right off the bat, of course, try. Obviously. But like, in my opinion, you shouldn't hold out for the perfect company for your first job. but you should be willing to change job. Like you shouldn't get stuck in one job forever. Then last point, and I'm gonna go back to my tokenizer. Remote job positions are great, and if you're somebody who can work remotely, not everybody can. Some people find it super annoying, but if you can do it, you should probably try to do it. That requires learning English well enough to communicate with people. You should learn some freaking English. And I don't know how is it in Spain. In Italy, people are not good at it. So most people just don't have the, I don't know, the basic communication skills, basically, to be able to be remote workers, unfortunately. So my suggestion would be, if there's one thing that you should work hard on in case you're not good at it, is speaking English. But once you do, then you can start working remotely. And that opens you to, other things. In Spain, the level is pretty bad, but I have a C1 and I'm planning on getting a C2. I assume it's the same in Italy. Yeah. I also would say that you need, though, practice past certifications. A lot of practice past certifications. Like, the certification is it's something that I guess it's better than nothing, but you need to get to a point. So here's the mindset that you need to have. You need to get to a point where the certification is meaningless to you. You kind of left it behind you. That's where you want to get. Otherwise, a remote job is impossible, because being a remote worker, basically everything that you do in person, now you have to do in written form or in calls. And that's tough. Like, you need to be fluent, like really fluent. But you can do it though. Like, you just need to put some effort. Like, watch TV series in English. Don't watch stuff translated to Spanish anymore. Use subtitles. Use Spanish subtitles if you have to. Once you're past that, don't use subtitles anymore, and that will teach you listening. But then you need to practice speaking, and to get that and to do that, you need to get a hold of somebody who speaks English and go speak English to them. Speak English at them. and they will speak English at you, and hopefully that way you can get some practice. You don't have to be perfect. Like, the good news is that, again, I'm assuming that Italy and Spain are very similar in this, but in our case, in our countries, people are very snobbish about how you speak the language. Like, in Italy, people will be annoyed at you if you don't speak perfect Italian. They will immediately pick up that you're not speaking perfect Italian, and they will be very annoyed at you if you're not really good at it. English is not like that. The English-speaking world is very used to people not speaking the language perfectly. I don't speak the language perfectly myself either, and I don't know. I got at least 2 jobs where I was paid to do public speaking. So people are way more tolerant about that. I've read talk more English than Spanish. Yeah. That's how things are in our world, I guess. Like, if you do software engineering in modern times. So in Spain, we don't really care if you don't speak it perfectly too. Oh, that's good. Oh man, Italy is way pickier than this. Like, even in the workplace. Again, things are changing, so hopefully things are improving in that sense. But I remember being surprised at how used people are in the Anglosphere to talking and interacting with people who don't speak English even that really well. That said, when I say not really well, that's still past C1, C2, C3 certifications. Actually, I don't even remember. Wait, is C3 a thing? Or is C2 the maximum level? I don't even remember that. Let's see. We're reading some of the chat. Now in Spain, the job change situation is different from K in US. So ask people that work in the field, which is currently very web focused. Yeah. Yes, Johnny. At least 3, but the S is silent. Hey, Solar issues. But in any case, so here's the thing. Once you learn English, then you know what you unlock? You unlock all the fancy workplace. Because all the fancy workplaces can function on English only, even if the company is not an American company or British. So for example, once you unlock English and remote working, you can work for a German company. And it's going to be a good German company, probably. Not always. It's not guaranteed, obviously. But yeah. I'll be in Spain in September. Oh, Johnny, you're visiting? You're visiting Europe? Nice. I work for a German company. Yeah, but you also live in Germany. Oh, but you also work remote. Okay, nice. Oh, yeah, to be fair, there's also the possibility of working remotely for a Spanish company from another Spanish city. That's fair. Okay, let's get checking our attributes. Oh yeah, we're good. We're in pretty good shape. I think this is it. It costs you 20 bits. Oh, you're right. What is this thing? Is that a new kind of thing? Because I don't see the cheers. What the fuck is this thing? Oh my god, man. Update your API. Yeah. Let's see. Nothing name token instruct blah blah blah. 196. Right. This is pan. Let's try. Nothing lane duplicate attribute name. Ah, that's fair. Although I think that duplicate attribute name is not, maybe this is not the exact wording that the spec does, but that's an error that we did not make up. That also exists. Oh wait, what am I missing? It doesn't go in here. I have another error definition somewhere. Oh freak, I do. Oh. Okay. Okay, there we go. I forgot how my arrows worked. Man, so close, man. So close. So close. So the problem... That's such a funny coincidence, by the way. So here's the problem. The problem is that here we're kind of retokenizing just the attribute slice, and then we use these indices. We use these indices as absolute values, but it's not that easy. It is not that easy. It is not that easy. So start is name row dot start plus what? I think this is how it is. There we go. We're good. We got all the basics down. We got all the basics down. 1 week on YouTube. I'm new here. Welcome. Welcome 1 week. So the issues use 20 bits. Message effect. How the heck am I going to implement message effects in Borg? Oh man. This freaking Twitch scam machine. Change the ASCII background. Yeah, I guess I could, but it's like a highlighted message, right? Or rather, that's basically what I already do for highlighted messages, except that this one costs you money. So thank you, but still. Rainbow color animation on text. Jesus. We started stress testing Ghosty. I missed the whole LeetCode saga here, which I started. There wasn't much to say about... Oh, no, actually, I did complain about LeetCode. I'm sorry. Well, you can find it in the VOD. So if you go to videos, you can find like this stream there, and you can go back a little bit and see and listen to the rant. But long story short, the LeetCode, the LeetCode saga is that I saw on the front page of LeetCode that they were saying made with love in San Francisco. And I found it funny because this is the entire thing where, you know, you have this hamster wheel where people doing code interviews ask the people that they're interviewing, candidates, ask them like LeetCode challenges, basically like fancy LeetCode shit that then they're not even gonna need in the job. And so there's like this thing that I believe it's not just me. I think a lot of people consider to be just a stupid behavior. And then these guys with love from San Francisco are like powering this machine. I don't know. And I find it stupid. That's kind of the idea. Okay, so we're good. I'd say ship it. Git push. Let's go to Git. Let's merge. We can squash. There we go. Back to main branch. Okay. So how big is the tokenizer in the end? So AST, less than 1,000 lines. Tokenizer, about 4,600 lines. Let's add some issues for things that we haven't done yet that we want to do. And actually, you know what? Let's look at the panics. Panic to do commented out. Panic to do not commented out. Panic to do not commented out. Panic to do... This one is unreachable though, so that's fine. So we have two panics that we need to understand what to do with. In any case, let's do some bookkeeping. So issues, new issue. Implement CSS parser. We want to also provide auto indentation and what's the problem? Oh, you don't like that? No, I'm keeping it as one word. We also want to provide auto indentation and diagnostics for CSS. Content. To do so correctly, we need to implement a CSS parser. Should be structured in a way that makes it as easy as possible to validate its behavior against the CSS spec. I should say the HTML tokenizer. I hope the LVM optimizer doesn't let me down for this wonderful hack. Good luck, man. Let's see this back in every state. Mm. Well, all of this not qualified. I should probably write a skeleton note for this before having other people work on it, but in any case. Okay, so this is one thing that needs to be done. Here's another thing. Parser. So, yeah, Parser should fuzz our thing. It shouldn't crash. If an input parses correctly, okay. So this is the basic stuff. Let me think if there's anything else that we should worry about. Well, first, oh yeah. JavaScript? JavaScript? What do we do with JavaScript? Do we complain about it? Do we add a JavaScript parser to the mix? I mean, that really seems like the job of another LSP though, not us. God damn it. Add a info. What do you mean? Maybe it's possible to use buns. I don't know. Does bun have... Oh, you mean a JavaScript parser. So you're saying the bun has a JavaScript parser. Understandable. That's probably the case. Yes. The problem is that I think the bun cares about JavaScript semantics more than we do. So if it has one of these things, probably more complicated than what we want. Edix can have multiple LSPs. Yeah, but Solicious, I don't. As far as I understand, you cannot do what you're describing. Like, what I understand is that you cannot have one LSP. Like, when you define multiple LSPs, they're not like running all at the same time. You're basically having multiple LSPs provide different subsets of the features. So for example, you could have one LSP give you diagnostics for the entire document, while the other one only provides auto-formatting, while a third one only provides definitions. So they basically, like the pie is sliced in terms of which functionality the LSP is providing, not which sections of the document they are focusing on, unfortunately. So if you're, yeah. I have made it even slower. Nice, good job. So LVM has let you down in the end. Does LSP support embedded languages? No, not that I know of. As far as I understand, 3-seater supports embedded grammars. As in, I think it can hint at the editor that you should use a different grammar somewhere, and then the editor will find another 3-seater grammar and apply a 3-seater like parser for that section, apply to that section with syntax highlighting and everything else. But LSP does not support that at all. Okay, so let me take a quick break. I'll be right back with a new cup of tea. And I think that we can... so we made issues. This thing works. You know what we should do? LSP is all well and good, but I think we should expose these features also from the command line. Which day are you drinking? Very shitty Earl Grey from Twinings. So nothing interesting. Hey, Decatrix! You can have two LSPs running on the same time, on the same document, and both provide code completions as an example. I believe that Helix does not support that. Oh, yeah, to your point. Yeah, sorry, Decatrix brought up a good point. Helix does things in a certain way. That doesn't mean necessarily that other editors are going to do it the same way. And sure, I can imagine, you know, an editor that allows you to run two LSPs at the same time. That said, holy shit, man, how much fucking duplication are you going to have around? It's kind of a very murky... It's kind of like a blind corner, the fact that you cannot have... You cannot just give sections of something to different LSPs. Anyway, I'm sure that probably there's also trade-offs there. LSPs just fucking suck, man. I don't know. Okay, so here's my idea. We expose this... We expose... formatting, and maybe even just checking to the CLI, and then so that we have an executable that can be used also in different ways, like the auto formatter feature doesn't need to be provided through the LSP. Like some editors will actually even prefer that you use that from the command line. Apart from HTML with CSS and JS, there's no other use case. Well, that's certainly a major one. And yeah, you might be right that there aren't that many cases, but there are some, I think. Like, it depends on how surgical you want to get with this stuff. For example, Markdown has JSON, YAML, or TOML front matter. You have code samples in your Markdown that you might want to provide syntax highlighting for. Well, actually, syntax highlighting works because 3-seater does support that. So you might want to provide diagnostics for. Or Zig if you use Zin, yeah, also that. And then what else is there? Maybe if you want to look at like templated YAML, you might argue that maybe the templating could use an LSP. Arguable, but that's something. In any case, I don't know. I'll be right back. Okay. Do. What happens? Oh no! Did it happen again? Oh no, man! Why does it always happen? Holy shit! What the fuck happened, man? Well, if you wanna, oh, yeah. I was taking a shit. I'm sorry. Oh no! Oh well. Oh man, sorry everybody. By the way, thank you, holy shit, Emulroy. Thank you for the $25 to this foundation. Daughter Love Wizard, thank you for the $50. Thank you very much. Thank you everybody for your support to the ZSF. Ryan Winchester, thank you. Oh man. Oh. Yeah, and start like a live stream from there. God damn it. Well, thank you everybody. Sorry for not being here in the beginning. Okay, so for the people who are still here, let me tell you where we're at. Actually, let me show you where we're at. Check this out. We complain about duplicate attributes. We complain about all kinds of syntax errors, actually, but span. We complain about closing tags that we never open. We complain. We actually crash also. Uh-oh. Where did we crash? Reached an unreachable code. 203. We also crash. Did not expect that. The fuck did I get? Oh, I think I got a self-closing something. No, that doesn't make any sense. This is surprising. Okay, so apparently we also have some things to work on. But let me start the LSP. So you also complain about tags that open and don't close. We recognize tags that don't need closing because they're void tags. So we're doing pretty well. Not perfect yet, as you can see, but we're doing pretty well. And the idea is now to ship this LSP. And yeah, make it so that people can use it. Should we fix the crash first? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe we should, huh? Like, I'm genuinely surprised what happened there. We got a self-closing start tag. Oh yeah, and also Sporting Ghosty. This seems like an interesting project, to be honest. Is there documentation on how to make LSPs? Yeah, you can find that, of course. On you can find a bunch of documentation from on some Microsoft website, like LSP docs, or like maybe you should say spec. Oh, in any case, yeah, Microsoft open source language server protocol overview specification, blah blah blah. It tells you everything about this stuff. But you know what's easier? Go to GitHub, Microsoft-IT/Zig LSP kit, and it's the wrong address. Oh god. Hey, can I change it? Oh, here I change it. Missing one F. There we go. So Zig LSP kit It's basically what I'm using. Is it specific to VS Code? No, it originated from VS Code. So Microsoft is the designer of this protocol stuff. Yeah, I use OneDark. But it works on all kinds of editors that support LSP. And actually, what's funny is that you need a bunch of boilerplate to make LSP stuff work in VS Code that other systems don't need. It's kind of ridiculous, actually, how much boilerplate you need on VS Code compared to other systems. Anyway, yeah, you can check out Christoph IT Zig LSP Kit. Zig LSP Kit basically does all the boilerplate for you. So basically, what I ended up doing, for example, in my case of in this case, is that I have lsp.zig. In there, I define a handler that has all the callbacks that I implement. So, for example, hover. I haven't implemented any thing that you could show, like that the editor could show when you're hovering something, or go to definition. Like every time somebody sends me a go to definition request, I don't have anything to reply. But the point is, you basically only implement callbacks. You still have to concern yourself with LSP types, so it's not completely transparent. But there's a lot of boilerplate that you don't have to worry about. You can fault a web app for using, I guess you mean JavaScript, web app being VS Code. Yeah, but still, it's weird how much you have to put there. It's really weird. It's really weird. So that's what I'm using. It's pretty good. So for example, here we have only implemented loading the document whenever it's open or changed. And then we implemented, and when we do that, we also provide diagnostics. And then we implemented formatting. So whenever there's a format request, we produce the formatted version, if there are no errors. If there are errors, we don't do anything. And it works. It works. Okay, so let's wire this functionality also to other things. Oh, it was something else? Okay, never mind then. Okay, man, what a timing, Jesus Christ. Every single freaking time, huh? Man. Okay, let's start from our main entry point, which is CLI.zig. So CLI.zig is our main function. Our main function right now only supports the LSP subcommand. Let's add FMT. Yeah, let's leave it as documents. That's fine. Just say the formats provided documents. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it like this. Okay, there's a bunch of like CLI stuff to do with FMT, but I've already implemented it once, and so I can copy the stuff that I've already done. Okay, so you can take Ziggy. For like Ziggy can be our inspiration. Oh, format Ziggy files. Oh, I like this. Format HTML documents. Maybe we should also implement check, just for checking, I guess, just for diagnostics without auto formatting. Fuck it, let's add it. Okay, so how do we do the parsing here? Panic, blah, 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 progress, blah, 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 fatal help, same thing. So here we were just recognizing one command, so that's fine. Okay, so we want to basically go to the implementation FMT because that's where the more interesting parsing happens, right? Let's see, command.parse, yeah. Command is defined, I guess, below. Oh yeah, look at this. Oh, I think we can do match around type definition. We copy it and we bring it here. So we need CLI/FMT. Also, I don't know why I exited and did touch, but anyway. Okay, let's see. Command check schema mode. Oh, right, interesting. So we don't care about check in this case. We don't care about schema. We do care about mode, I believe. So help, yes. Check is another thing. Schema is another thing. We okay, here's the part that we care about. STD in. Single dash. STD in schema. We don't care about this. Oh, no, we do care about this for like super maybe. Okay, let's take a look at the help. Should we support also HTM? I think some people do HTM. Do they not? Is that a thing? Hold on. So, what should be the file extension for super HTML files? We don't care about this stuff much right now because it's our templating language. Right now we're only focusing on normal HTML, but I guess since we're here writing this stuff, it should be SHTML, shitML. Dot super. I don't know. Let's leave it like this for now. I guess we can revisit this. Oh, fuck. Actually, check is not bad. SHTML sounds like it's something that exists. It might be. I wouldn't be surprised either. You know what? I'm starting to regret nuking all the check things from here because actually, you know what? I'm gonna match around function. I'm gonna restore. Oh. What's SHTML? Let's restore this thing. So we want check. We don't want schema. Why is it server side includes? Oh Jesus Christ. Help check. We don't want schema, I think. Yeah, that's what we don't want. It's a simple interpreted server-side scripting language used almost exclusively for the World Wide Web. It is most useful for including the contents of one or more files into a web page on a web server. See below, using its pound include directive. You know, when whatever your scripting thing takes inspiration from C and C++, you already know it's gonna be good. Oh man, you already know this is gonna be amazing. This could commonly be a common piece of code throughout the site, such as a page header, page footer, and a navigation menu. SSI also contains control directives for conditional features and directives for calling external programs. Man, this thing is amazing. It's like static site generators, but with extra steps. It's like this weird in between real scripting and static site generation. It's like this useless in between. That's awesome. Support by Apache, Lightspeed, Nginx, IIS. Even, well, of course, IIS would support this. Actually, I bet you that they invented this shit. As well as W3C's Jigsaw. It's Jigsaw. Oh no. In order for a web server to recognize an SSI-enabled HTML file and therefore carry out these instructions, either the file name should end with a special extension, by default .shtml, stm, shtm. Or if the server is configured to allow this, set the execution bit of the file. You know what? I think we can clobber this. What is this stuff, man? No. Virtual equal menu.cgi. No, I refuse. I refuse. This is examples, design, directives. Yeah, can we say that this stuff is obsolete and nobody should do it anymore? Apache mode include Nginx HTTP SSI module. Calls, directives, commands. Have you heard? NJS has moved to GitHub. What's NJS? NJS scripting language is a subset of the JavaScript language that allows extending Nginx functionality. Created in compliance with ECMAScript 5.1 strict mode, with some ECMAScript 6 and later extensions, the compliance is still evolving. Use cases: complex access control and security checks in NJS before a request reaches an upstream server, manipulating response headers, writing flexible asynchronous content, handlers, and filters. Announced at NGINX 2018. Read more. Can I read more? Thank you. 2024. Oh, This week we took the next step in our commitment to the open source community by moving the official NJS code repository to GitHub. Oh, so this was closed source in the beginning. As part of the move, we have revamped our testing infrastructure and added cleaner guidelines around installation, building, and contributing source code. We believe these changes will serve two purposes: modernize, underscore our commitment. Security. Pull request template, workflows, issue template. Wait, where's the security stuff defined then? Oh, we view all files. Oh, I see. There's a bunch of files that are being omitted. Security.md. Okay, that makes sense. Show me the language. This is all good. Show me the language though. Okay, it's written in C. Huh. Okay. Well, man, I'm discovering so many things that I wish I didn't know. You know what? I think we should be able to collaborate though. It's not an output file, so it's fine. Okay, so we have std in super, check and help. Okay, that sounds good. So we should be parsing this stuff good. Then the main command. I guess I want to basically steal everything here, honestly. I think I want to steal everything. Although some things are simplified in my case compared to here. Okay, let's see. So we have the run function. Actually, let's wire this from CLI. Okay. So we're calling into it. Now, we don't know what load schema does. So cmd, command parse, load schema. We don't need to do this. Any error equals false. Looking at the mode, it's going to be std in super, and then paths. Yeah. So path, blah, blah, blah. Oh, right. See the max size. Bro, no one is watching you, but I'm here. What is this? I'm also on Twitch, and thankfully some people are watching on Twitch. What is this? This is the work that I'm doing for an HTML LSP. Have you ever written in an editor some wrong HTML and got an error from the editor telling you that like you have a duplicated attribute in your HTML? I think that most people haven't. And so that's what I'm programming and open sourcing. So So that's kilos, megs, gigs, 4. Okay, so let's see. Let's make one of these branches work correctly. So this one seems fairly simple. Return all array lists, supermax size, in bytes, out bytes. Let's see, out bytes. This calls FNT Ziggy. This should be renamed into FNT something something. We don't need to pass in a schema because there's no concept of a schema in our case. And then we print the out bytes. And if there's errors in there, then we call retry. If any error, exit with ID 1. Where do we set any error? Oh, here we're using any error. Okay. Okay, so let's do paths last because it's more complicated. Oh, and this is FMT schema. Okay, so format there, format file. These all seem fine. FMT Ziggy needs to become FMT HTML. No schema. No diagnostics. No doc check thing. This becomes FMT super. Okay. So let's see what else. FNT super, blah blah blah. Format there doesn't need a schema. Format file doesn't need a schema. Okay, now time to implement the guts of this thing. Wait, was I really leaking this stuff? I received a GPA? Oh, I think I'm calling it a GPA, but it's not a GPA. I think it's an arena. I think I'm receiving an arena. I don't think... Was I really so bad? Passing down GPA, passing down GPA. Here's an arena. I'm passing down arena into format file. Makes an arena. Passes the arena. Okay, so we're pressing down arenas, and so these guys shouldn't call this thing GPA. They should call it arena. Okay, I was confused because I didn't see a free, so it seemed like bad usage. Like I was missing like a D init and I was leaking memory, which I don't want to do, but it's an arena, so it gets reset from the outside. Okay, now we need to replace this with super specific stuff. So wait, how do we do this? So from AST, we can call ast.init, pass in our arena, pass in the source, have it do everything, and then we obtain nodes, errors, or out of memory. Can we force a out of memory here? Okay, now we'll see if this is if this is feasible or not. Because we shouldn't error out with anything other than out of memory, ideally. So format HTML. Format HTML, try super.ast.init arena, and then source code. Then what else? So that gives us an AST, and so I guess we need to do if ast.errors.len is different than 0 or greater than 0. Then we need to error out. How do we do it here? Oh, in here we have some nice functionality that prints these errors out that's pre-implemented that we don't have. I guess we could do this. So we're printing them to standard out. Okay, so we can do this. No, let's see. ast.print errors. And that's it. I think we need to... As I was looking at it in my current changes to Zig's build system. Oh. So... Is this how we do it? Oh, that would be code. So we need to implement this function then. Ooh, fuck. We need more context though. We need to know if the file is... if the file has a path or if it's standard input. I guess it can just be path. So that would be path, colon, line, colon, line, colon, column, column, and then colon space, error message, new line. Maybe double new line. Okay, so we have path, then where do I turn? Where do I turn this stuff into a selection? Oh no, it's in the LSP, is it? Yeah, get range. Oh, I call it range. And this returns an LSP range. You know what? I'm copying this logic and I'm pasting it here. I don't want to use LSPs. Shit. Actually, let's call it get range. That's fine. But then we redefine range to be our range. There you go. No, self is a tokenizer span. Wait, what? Self is a tokenizer dot span? Oh, actually, shit. Well, whatever, it's fine. Oh, here we only display the start, don't we? Actually, don't even care about the end. We don't do ranges in this format. We only point at one point. Whatever. Okay, I think this is it. Let me try with the wrong thing here. Will it complain? No, it does not. Okay. It means that I have a build error somewhere else. Well, that's fine. In another file. So this is kind of the idea. Okay, so I can go back to FMT and I can say print errors code, exit 1. Otherwise, if everything is fine, then we need to render the AST. How do we render the AST? We do it in LSP logic, I think. So this is diagnostics. Oh, there's no formatting code in here. It's all in LSP. So formatting, how do we do it? AST.render. Okay. Went to the bathroom and it was flooded. Uh-oh. File.bytes buff writer. No, there's something that I'm missing. So AST.render is the right move, that's for sure. Okay, you know what? Let's take a look at AST.render. Takes a writer. I think we need a formatter interface. Do we have one of those? We do. Delicious. This one's code, right? Yeah. There you go. When do we get a 3 data structure in the STD? The problem with all data structures, which I believe it's especially important for trees, is that people needs are very different. There is no one thing that works for everybody. So that's a problem. What did we do in Ziggy if there was no path? It would just say line and column based on... You know what? We can do the same, I guess. So the idea is path is optional. And then Is that what I was printing? Without a comma. Yeah, okay, like this. What about the error? Oh, I was printing the error on a new line. I don't know, man. You know what? Let's not do this. I like this more. I like the idea that if you don't have a path, then you can express that you don't have a path. But I think I want this to be my strategy. We just print STD in. Okay. So that's good. Honestly, that's most later. Let's make it build, I guess, at this point. Format there. Format file. No need to pass in schema anymore. STD is super. Not filled in type info CLI FMT command mode. Yes. Where do I define my modes? There's no AST in root. Oh, because it's HTML.ast. Extract the type consuate on mem.allocator. What? What's the order or what? Oh god. Allocator first. Any other argument second. Okay, what the fuck am I doing this? Okay. Nothing name check instruct CLI FNT command. Oh no, did I really nuke it? Oh yeah, I nuked it. Guess it's a bool. Yeah. Okay. Are we actually good? Shit, we built. Maybe we could put 3 spaces here. Okay. Oh, fuck. That's actually good. This is actually good. It's just printing the wrong thing. Fuck. Actually, this is gonna be an inline else. Does this work? There you go. Good starting point. Good starting point. Okay. So we're printing all errors. We have the CLI thing. We don't have check, though. We don't have check. You know what? Let's remove it from the README. I'll. Oh wait, I can comment this line out. That's awesome. Holy shit. Yeah. Okay. I like how it's working right now. Pretty good. So this is in a good situation. Next thing is, let me think. Shall we make a VS Code version of it? I think it's time, right? I think it's time to put this stuff on VS Code. Oh man, this is gonna be fun. Not. So let's see how we do it in Ziggy. All right, this is also adding syntaxes that we don't care about. We do not care about syntaxes. Also, we shouldn't be committing non-modules either. We have package lock. Okay, let's copy everything over. Yeah, fuck node modules. Whew, now there's a ton of things that we need to change in here. Oh man. Contributes languages Ziggy grammars. So we don't contribute any grammar in our case. Actually, you know what? No, we will contribute the super HTML grammar. Okay, so this is gonna be this. Yeah, I think this should be it. And then this one should be... How do I provide an LSP for a language that already exists? How are you doing this without even taking a break? If it was me, I would write 10 words and then take an hour's break. I don't know. It's... I guess you need a certain kind of resilience to be able to be a software developer. Okay, let's see. Let's see what the internet has to say. Wait, what the fuck? They even use HTML as an example in their thing, and then there's no decent HTML thing out there. Maybe I can just declare ID HTML. compile, watch, test, lint. Oh fuck, I need to double check this actually. Push languages, super format, super range format provider, file language super formatting edit provider. Oh fuck. Client options, language client options, register the server for plain text documents. This comment is also there for no reason. Anyway, synchronize. About changes to. We don't need this. Document selector, schema file, scheme file, HTML language super. So do I not do this? Do I not need to do the same here? Or also both languages? Why did I not do this twice earlier? Well, let's see. Okay, so here I'm saying that I want to be called on HTML and super files. Scheme file language super. Why did I not do this? If you provide an LSP that supports formatting, there shouldn't be what? To create a formatting provider in the VS Code extension. There shouldn't be a need. So you're saying that if I provide FMT, I shouldn't need to do this? By the way, this is code that I really stolen from ZLS, I think. So are you sure that this is unnecessary? The thing that I'm a bit suspicious at the moment is that, or like the most suspicious, is that, why am I doing this? Why was I doing this only for Ziggy and not for Ziggy schema originally? That's kind of weird. But you know what? Okay, let me comment it out and let's see what happens when we run this. The VS Code Ziggy has a formatting provider so that you can format without depending on ZLS. Oh, how does that work though? Because that's also how we can do it. I mean, it's still the LSP executable, but I can also provide auto formatting outside of the LSP. Oh, okay, actually, let me rephrase this. So here's the situation. You can do super FMT and you get auto formatting. You can also do super LSP and the LSP offers auto formatting. Oh, so well, which one? What would be then the optimal config in this case here? In any case, I'll leave this stuff commented out for the moment. This may be converted to an async function. Okay, dude. It's easier to use the LSP, otherwise you need to do some child process stuff yourself. Okay. Wait, is this what's happening here in this thing? Oh, yeah. Hey, Ron. Ben syntax highlighter. Okay, so you implemented some of this stuff. Yeah, you know what? I guess right now, what I'm most interested in understanding is, what am I supposed to do when I want to define an LSP for a language that already exists? Because when the language is a new language, then yeah, I bring all this stuff. I bring the language configuration. I bring a grammar for it and stuff. But in our case, the fuck do we do? Super is a new file extension, so we should provide all the HTML files. Like, we should provide basically the equivalent of this for HTML, plus some extra fanciness that we can come up with on our own. But our stuff shouldn't apply to HTML, right? Are you compiling the LSP to WASM or exe? Exe. The expectation is that you run it on your own. Oh wait, do people do that with VS Code? They compile their stuff to WASM and then they have the LSP running in WASM. That's actually not a bad idea for portability. Is that what ZLS does? Because I know that the ZLS extension can download ZLS. I haven't copied that part, so I don't do it. Oh no, there's a training comma here. Holy shit. Like, what? What do I provide for language configuration? Do I need to? What if I don't? Yeah, but the problem is, but the problem is, in my package.json, can I omit all this stuff? Like, I don't want to redefine the aliases. I want to basically connect to a pre-existing HTML definition. And yes, I will also introduce super HTML support, so that's another one. Actually, this should be called super, I guess, because I called it super everywhere else. Internal module JS cannot find module super HTML VS Code in test. Module not found. Okay, so this guy has the same problem. So that means that that has something to do with my node installation. This stuff used to work the last time that it worked on my Ziggy LSP. Why is this pooping itself right now? I haven't done anything. Node modules, VS Code, bin test run. I don't have VS Code bin test anymore. Because so the problem is that the build works, but the test fails. Why does it not work? I have watch, I have compile, I have test. I did npm run test, which compiles and then calls node or node modules VS Code bin test. Does it say anywhere which node version? Engine VS Code 187. Does it say anywhere which node version I'm supposed to use or not use or something? Of course it doesn't. Why would it? But also, I don't know. I don't think I have anything particularly weird. I did it already. It says that I already am up to date. I did it earlier. And I have one high security vulnerability. Holy shit. No. The test stuff. Wait. I don't think so. No. This test stuff is not just running tests. This test stuff spins up an instance of VS Code with my extension loaded in. It's actually good shit. I want it. Let's see. npm. Yeah, this is just watching. So if I were to make changes, I would want to watch. No, I want test. Oh no, module not found. What am I supposed to do? npm install -g VS Code. No. Maybe -g. No. Actually, you know what? Wait. I straight up don't have VS Code. Oh, that means that there's a dependency that I have installed, that I installed at some point, that is not listed in my list of packages. There we go. Fuck. Oh, but this used to work, man. You know what? Let's just do install save dev VS Code. Can I just do this? Huh. This package is deprecated in favor of type slash VS Code and VS Code dash test. Okay, so that's the problem. They changed this shit. Actually, will it work now? Yeah, now it works. Wait, downloading VS Code? Man, I have one perfectly good VS Code here. But whatever, fine. Perhaps you need to run it through VS Code instead of terminal. Oh. Well, it seems to be figuring stuff out. Failed to delete the database IO error. New York regular. Rendered. Jesus. Cannot find on the Ziggy editors VS Code / text. You need to open this directly in VS Code, go run, and then click on start debugging. Oh, you're right. Okay. Hey, maybe I should open that thing directly. So open folder. Let's open directly that folder. Yeah. That's how it works. Thank you. Man, I completely forgot. This is called Ziggy test though. Okay, we need to rename some of this stuff. Okay, we're clearly not loading our stuff though. And let's see. Extensions installed. Ziggy. We don't have these other extension though installed. Why is it not installing my stuff? What's your problem here? Values not accepted. Value values, Azure, data science, linters, language packs, programming languages, snippets, testing. I guess this becomes languages. Use programming languages instead. Okay. What else is there? Formatters? Oh, you're right. I guess. So I don't see any other big complaint in here. So this is okay. I think it's just not. It's not loading our stuff though. It's just not loading our stuff. So let's close this. Go here, package lock. This is good. Package JSON, tsconfig. Move to trash this file. Well, you know what? We certainly are promising stuff that we don't have here. So let's remove this, delete. Let's rename this to super. Just because we're promising that we're providing these things for no other reason. I think that for... This can also be deleted, I think. Source. Extension, blah, 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 formatter. Util. I'm opening this as a workspace. Open workspace from file. No. I don't know, man. Like, this debugger does not seem to be loading my shit. Because I would expect to have my extension listed in here, right? But it's not. This keeps saying also Ziggy test. This makes me think. Oh no, wait, that's just the name of the, I guess, of the folder that I'm in. That's fine. Terminal problems. Oh wait. Right, there's this thing here. Problems. No problems encountered in the workspace. Configure HTML language-based settings. Oh, there you go. HTML, auto default formatter, VS Code, HTML. Okay, we probably want to change this at the very least. Oh. So this is... Oh. So we correctly bound to super. Also, is the L borked? Did I bork the L in the file name? I think I borked the L. So this works. Oh shit, we crashed. Okay, so we're kind of working. We're just failing to bind ourselves to HTML, I guess. Yeah, I removed language configuration from package.json. I did that. We don't provide it anymore for HTML. We have super. We provide one for super, but for HTML, we don't provide anything. Yeah. So basically, I'm missing information on how to bind to an existing language. That's something I need to learn how to do, and hopefully, it shouldn't be something super hard to do. Oh, look at this. Analysis super HTML. There you go. You should not provide the HTML language. What should I do then? I guess what you're saying is that people should select super HTML. No, how do we do that then? So I don't provide HTML at all. Then how do I say please load this language server for HTML? In any case, we're pretty close, huh? We're almost there. This is my music. You know who we should ask this question to? To ChatGPT. There's no way that ChatGPT doesn't know. So I'm writing an LSP server for server extension. Well, LSP server, well, whatever. For VS Code. The HTML language already exists in VS Code, then add document selector language HTML when starting the extension. Okay, you know what? With all respect to ChatGPT, I trust Decatrix more. Okay, so we don't provide this. And when loading the extension, oh god. Oh god. My eyes. We do this. We do this. Document selector file HTML. Oh. What's the problem with Foo? No! What's going on here? Something sassy is happening. But and we crash. Okay. So not bad. Not bad. Thank you. Thank you everybody for helping out. Thank you very much. Okay, so there's clearly a couple things that need to be ironed out with the freaking parser. But hey, we're in business. Yeah, crashing just like ZLS. I know. So this is good. I'm not gonna ship. I'm not gonna release an extension just yet. Obviously, I need to figure out these crashes first. This is like very basic shit that should work. But not bad. Not bad. So with this, it means that we're very, very, very close. We're very, very close. By the way, the idea of compiling the language server to WebAssembly and then running this stuff, like running the extension in WebAssembly, does not seem bad. It solves all the platform problems at once. Something to think about. Because something to think about. Actually, is this like a technique? Is this something that people do? This is a language server for WASM. In-browser language server using WASM, yeah. I would have done it already. Oh, if ZLS didn't need to run zig build. Ooh. Well, you could still do it, right? You would have to run some disgusting... well, you would have to implement some of those functions as external functions, like you implement them in TypeScript, right? And then you provide them... That wasn't my LSP is out of date. Is there a newer one? Or are people giving up? I don't know, man. Wasn't my LSP sounds fairly official. Twitter wasn't my LSP server archived. When? 2022. Oh no. It died. It was in early state and it died. It's not official, I can guarantee it. Well, listen here, Mr. I know WebAssembly. So yeah, no, I don't know. They made a 0000 pre-release and then it died. Don't worry. So, do people make language servers in WebAssembly? Lapsy, yeah, I guess, you know what? I guess my biggest question would be not any random editor. I'm mainly interested in VS Code, right? Because VS Code is running on Electron, which is running on V8. Actually, you know what? Maybe Ben can answer this question. Ben, is running WebAssembly something that V8 does? Is it part of the JavaScript engine, or is it a separate, like a fully separate thing? Or let me rephrase this. Yes, okay. So when you get Electron, you also get the ability to run WebAssembly. So Visual Studio Code should have native ability to run WebAssembly. Well, as native as it gets, I guess. So instead of worrying about downloading the right native executable, you could just grab a WebAssembly build and run your language server logic in WebAssembly. Actually, that doesn't seem like such a bad deal anyway. That said, Techatrix pointed out correctly that certain LSPs will have special needs, so that means that some of your LSP, when built for WebAssembly, will have to need a certain functionality, IO functionality, to be provided externally. Or was he? I have shipped actual binaries of LSP instead of WASM in my VS Code extension. Yeah, I think that's also what LSP, what ZLS does. ZLS also manages native downloads of the LSP. I guess the problem with that, well, the upside is that, well, it's native, so as good as it gets. The downside is that you need to pre-build for every platform, and if you don't, then there's no download for your specific platform, and you're kind of womp. While for WebAssembly, you just make one per version, one build per version, and you're good. In any case, not bad. We work. If only this thing didn't crash this match. Why is it crashing so freaking much, man? I wasn't experiencing all these crashes here. Actually, I did experience a crash. You know what? I think that the latest code changes that they made. Oh my god. Yeah, I borked it hard. Holy shit. duplicate attribute name, duplicate attribute name, duplicate attribute name, duplicate attribute name. So we clearly have some borked logic somewhere. Oh no, and then here's the missing space crash. Tokenizer state after attribute value. Like, I really want to see what kind of token I'm returning in that case. Yeah, that's a duplicate attribute name. I recall Andrew proposing that the extension would build the LSP from source instead of fetching a binary. That is also viable. Yeah, that is also viable. But it still has... Well, I guess it has the downside that, one, you have to wait for it to build. Although that's not a big deal, I guess. The first time you can just show, like, progress bars. Yeah. You know what? I guess in the case of ZLS, you have that ability. But in my case, I don't. So, you know what? ZLS, in a sense, is in a particular state because of that. But in my case, my LSP is for HTML. You're not expected to have Zig on your system. So, oh, you know why? Okay, I see why Andrew would propose that. Because I think that Andrew was going for having the Zig extension also download Zig. So you add the Zig extension to VS Code, and you get the full package. You get Zig, and you get ZLS as well. And so while you're getting Zig, you can also build ZLS. That makes sense. In my case, though, Zig has nothing to do with my users, right? So probably in my case, a WebAssembly blob wouldn't be such a bad idea. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so clearly I have a couple of bugs to iron out. I mean, I did say that we needed to fuzz this thing. That's for sure. We need some fuzzing. But this is exciting. So I think, let me see if, how are we doing with like dinner and stuff to see how much I can stay. So let me do this. I'll take a very quick break just to see how dinner is going or like what the plans are for dinner. And then I'll decide if I want to stop the stream or if I want to continue a little bit more. And continuing basically means iron out these crashes and actually do the release. So I'll be right back. Give me a sec. God damn it. No raids. No raids, please. Not when I'm not here. Okay, so I'm back. I have a couple hours more, so let's do some more work. I also have I forget what the name of these things is in English. Almonds. I have some almonds. So, let's pick some crashes. So this is really funny. Okay, let's add some debug printing in here. Before going to unreachable, let's log what went wrong. Oh, you know what? Maybe we can leave it. We can leave that there, and then we can print the tag. Okay, let's see what the TT tag is. Parse error. Okay, that's also what I expected. But the problem is no. If we got that far, so here we are retokenizing. So if we're here retokenizing, oh, you know what it is? Maybe a wrong early exit condition where we don't check attributes as well as we should. No, that makes no sense. What the heck is going on there? Okay. Let's take a look at the tag source. Oh no, wait. Wait. Here we are checking for duplicated attributes. Okay. You know what's going on? I think I know what's going on. Check this out. So I'll comment everything out. So we don't check for duplicated attributes anymore. See what happens now. I bet you I know what's going on. Now we get missing white space between attributes. There's a few, too many of those. I don't know why we get 4 of those. But yeah. So what's happening is that we are detecting an error, but we are also returning a attribute. I guess we need to ignore parse errors. Oh yeah. No. That's fair. Okay. Let's see how it works now. This is correct. This is correct. I don't know why there are so many of these guys, but yeah, this is fine, kinda. And I don't know why it thinks the foo is a duplicate attribute name. Why? Hmm. Okay. So, you know what? I think that these errors are actually unremarkable. We don't care about them. What about when we render? Do we complain? Get one of those errors? Oh, we have an unreachable in here. Oh, right, but we never get there because there's errors that we encountered before, so we never format. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's actually okay. So, why are we pumping out so many missing white space between attributes? I guess it's the tokenizer that does that. I know why. Oh shit, I know why. I know why. I figured it out. Okay. Please more chat. Can you figure out why there are all these duplicated errors? Oh man, this is so funny. This is so funny. Does anybody have a guess? Because you're retokenizing the attributes? No. When I'm retokenizing, the retokenizer, I never save any errors that get returned from the retokenizer. So any complaint that it has doesn't get saved anywhere. So we just throw it away. Only the original one. Only the original main tokenizer has errors that we save. Okay, I'll show you. This is so funny. Here's what's going on. You see this thing called AST? Look. We emit 1 per character. That's what's going on. That's the problem. Okay. Let's go fix that. Would be missing white space between attributes. I guess we can search. Okay, we only emit it in one place. Oh shit, look at what's going on. This is a missing white space between attributes parser error. Reconsume in the before attribute name state. Guess what's missing? What do we have here? Oh shit. I started tag found state. Okay, so we need to figure out what to pass it in. Okay, so that's the only place where we don't do this. Before attribute name. Wants a tag. What's our state though? What are we missing from it? We have tag. Attribute value n. There you go. Okay. Now this is okay. Guess what's happening here? Uh-oh. So, we have some bad logic here. Okay, let's see what's going on here. You know what? I'll expand this so that we can read it better. Check for duplicated attributes. Clear scene attributes. Make a new tokenizer. Grab the name from the attribute. Gop it. If found existing, complain. We probably want to log what this thing is. I bet you they will find something interesting. There's a lot of span. So we want something that comes from AST. There we go. Attribute name ZZZ, attribute name ZZZ, attribute name ZZZ. This goes on too many times. We get stuck on ZZZ a bunch of times. Oh, this is not good. So we're really looping on ZZZ for too long after attribute name. So long story short, we bungled some of those state transitions as well. We're either returning when we shouldn't be returning. That might be it. Oh. So I tried earlier to add characters here to see if it would produce more of these bad boys. Guess what? Still not a problem, but in this case, it's controlled by the length of the subsequent attribute name. So we found the problem. The problem is that we are returning too many instances of this attribute. There's a code path that returns a token when it shouldn't, like an attribute name. So it's one of the attribute shits. So the idea is we are in attribute name. We find a character, we do nothing. We're not in attribute name. We're in after attribute name then, I guess. We find a space, we do nothing. Else. Yeah, I think this is it. So, okay, let me double check again. We're in after attribute name. So we found an attribute name and we're trying to understand if there's going to be a value afterwards or if there's nothing. And the idea is that we find after having found this one or more spaces, we find like a letter. So we want to start a new attribute name. So let me see. Yeah, okay, look at this. Look at what's happening. We're returning without changing state. State transitions need to happen before returning. Of course. There we go. I would say much better. Lovely. These are... So there were a couple bugs that we were leaving behind us, still in the parser. And a couple more that we kind of uncovered. Or rather, we uncovered all these bugs because we started adding some more introspection into attributes. So that unhurted a bug that I left, or a couple of bugs that I left in the parser, in the tokenizer, sorry. And then one was because of a wrong assumption in the new parser code. Where we expected to never... That we would only be tokenizing, well, re-tokenizing attribute tags that didn't have errors. Well, in our case, that's not the case. That's good. No more crashes. Well, maybe. Okay, so Parser works. I don't know. Let's try it some more in our Discord extension. Start debugging. Oh, we got blocked. Oh no, I was too optimistic earlier. I was way too optimistic earlier. So I was actually too optimistic earlier. So it turns out that we have the LSP. We keep the LSP loaded in if we switch to Super HTML. Okay, enough of these things. But then we'd actually lose it. So it's kind of like a side effect that remains. But we don't gain anything. I don't know, man. This seems bad. This seems bad. We haven't solved our problem. I don't know. Side custom LSP. Of course, there's all this super fucking generic, like, marketing, basically bullshit around LSP. Not one person that actually has to deal with the complexity of making it happen for real. Create your custom language server. Yay! How do I fuck? How the fuck do I make it work? Oh, you know what? Ruby LSP. Right. Search for Shopify.Ruby LSP. Let's fucking go. Configuration. Enable disabling or enabling features. Ruby version managers. Ruby using custom gem file. Okay, so these are like Ruby specific things. Configuring VS Code debugger. Debugging live process. Multi-root workspaces. Developing on containers. Jesus Christ. Okay, so let's take a look at the code. LSP.code workspace. Jesus. VS Code. So this is the VS Code extension. Oh, the manage. Oh, I see. Yeah, but I'm not working on this stuff right now. Well, okay, thank you for sharing, but right now I don't care about this. I assume that you have installed the thing on your own correctly. I still have to solve the problem of what to do to define your LSP for a pre-existing language. Oh. Activation events. That sounds interesting. Yes. Yes. Let's fucking go. Activation events. I feel like that's what we want. Contributes. I don't have activation events. Okay, so that's what I was missing. I've already forgot what it was. On language. And then workspace contains on view dependencies. I guess I can do this. Maybe I don't need the other activation event. Okay, let's start with this one. There you go. And now it works. Yeah, so basically Techatrix, earlier it seemed that it would work, But it was basically switching to super and then switching back to HTML kept the thing running. And so I mistook the previous case for like the previous situation for working. But if I close the editor and then rerun the debug thing, then it wouldn't load. But now I added this delicious activation event thing, and we're good. So I would say we're good. Okay. So, we don't crash. We build. We run. Let's release. I think I want to remove the dash from the super HTML repo name. Just call it super HTML period. I would say we're doing pretty good. Can I compile now? Oh, I'm in the wrong thing. Oh no, wait, this is not packaging my shit. How do you package this shit? I forgot. I forgot. God, I don't remember anything. Okay, so I have Ziggy here. Create publisher. No. New extension. Visual Studio Code. Man, I forgot. VSCE. VSCE package. VSCE publish. The Punicode module is deprecated. Please use an alternative instead. Package super 0.1.0 VSIX. Okay, so we have this bad boy. Should I just call it super? I guess that's fine. Maybe I should call it super HTML. I guess it's fine. Oh man, it's taking forever. Jesus. Probably checking against all known crypto miners or something. Okay, so still verifying, but we're getting there. I guess until it's not verifying, I cannot see extension. We probably wanted to publish the source code, huh? Oh, finally. So we have it. Okay, let's try this in normal VS Code. So I'm gonna, I don't know, file, open folder. I'm gonna open, I don't know, I don't know, I'm gonna open, I have a test directory, I think. That GC foo. I'll open foo. I don't know even what's in foo. Oh, it's probably an old copy of my website. Oh, I have bar. You know what? I'll open bar. Okay, we have bar. Yeah, trust the authors, whatever. Okay. And then we're gonna make a new file. Foo.html. Oh, you know what? No, before we make this new file, we install our extension. Okay, we can do better with the name that shows up here. That's for sure. Jesus Christ. There we go. Oh no, where's my bottom stuff? Oh, errors don't even show up as things up here. No, where's my errors? View problems. Yeah. I guess VS Code expects us to also provide extra information for errors on hover on our own. That seems weird. But I mean, yep. Oh, you just write yourself? Nice. Thank you, Ron. There you go. Okay, I would say good enough for a first release. Not bad. So I don't know. We can start telling people that we did something. We made something. There's so much more to do, but still. Sorry to bother. Quick question: does the STD offer a way to check if two enums are the same, i.e., have the same values? Okay, so when you say enum, you mean an enum, not a union. You mean an enum. So not a union like a tagged union. If it's just two enums, so let's say you have this. And then you have then you can just do this. Enums can be checked for equality trivially. No, like the enum types. Oh. No. The closest to what you're describing is this. So Meta has some functions to do introspection on enums. This is syntax sugar. Like actually, the more full approach, the more complicated, like the more like everything that you see here is actually implemented as a function of the @type info built in. So if you want to really know what it is possible or not, you should look at what you can do with the @type info built in. So that's like the actual truth. That said, there's a lot of syntax sugar in here that you can leverage. And by the way, in case at some point somebody takes this stuff away from you, mem.equal with tag names, I guess. Yeah, but the idea is like you want to check. You want to check exhaustively. Yeah, I would say are now. That looks like that smells like overusing metaprogramming. I don't know what your use case is, so I cannot say that for certain, obviously. But I would say it's a bit. I don't know. Suspicious. In any case, here you can in meta you can see some things like fields probably. If it's an enum, it gives you the fields of an enum, and so you can basically get all the names for your enums and check if the names match. So you can at comp time check that all the names match. You have to write some code because you need to write, for every field in the first enum, check they all exist in the second enum. And then you also need to check that the second enum has the same number of fields. So you can do it. std.meta.fields. That's how you do it. But really, it looks suspicious. Just be aware that it looks suspicious. It might be reasonable and not that bad to do, but yeah. Perfect. The thing is, I have a struct. I want an enum of its fields, but I would like to be able to create method functions for enum. So using @fields is not possible. I want an enum of its fields. You can do that. So fields accepts a struct and it gives you struct fields. think that you should be able to use fields on abstract. Create the enum separately and do union E. Yeah, wait. I guess his point is that he has abstract with some fields, and he wants to automatically create an enum that contains the same fields in a sense. So you can do that. I don't know exactly what's the best one here, but I think you can do some of these things. Tags. What's tags? Given an enum or error set type returns a pointer to an array containing all tags for that enum or error set. Yeah, field enum. Yeah, thank you. Like I remember there was something like this that existed. Let's see, field enum. Returns an enum with a variant named after each field of T. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Okay. So I don't know. What should we do? Should we try to make our stuff better? So here it's missing a dash. I have to decide if I want to call this super HTML. You know what? Okay, let's make some executive decisions in that regard. Let's make some executive decisions in that regard. Oh, fuck. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so I think that this should be the name of the extension. I think the repo should just be called super at this point, honestly. We call the executable super. We want to call it super HTML in the name, but nah, let's keep the HTML. Oh man, I'm so confused. Should the executable also be named super-HTML at this point? Nah. Whatever. Okay, let's keep this up as is. And then let's change the README. Okay. Okay. Tiny release. Let's see. It's for CSS properties. I cannot generate the property map abstract from the property enum because each of them has a different type, and I need things like property that is shorthand. I'm sorry, I'm not fully following your use case, but what you were describing, I think, like, do check out what link Cannon is suggesting. Field enum seems to be the closest to what you were describing earlier. Let me try to understand this a little bit more, although I'm not sure I'm able to. So I cannot generate the property map struct from the property enum because each of them has a different type. And I need things like property does is shorthand. So you want to generate a... Wait, you want the opposite then? So you want from an enum to generate a struct? Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, my best recommendation is to mess around with field enum a little bit and see where that leads you. Oh, much better name now. Nice. No, because each field in the struct will have a different value type. Well, keep in mind that an enum is just tag names, so it doesn't have payloads. It doesn't have values. Maybe you're talking about a union? So you want to create a union instead, not an enum? Maybe? But again, I'm sorry. I have trouble understanding the details of your use case. So if you want to chat more about this, maybe we can chat about this in the Zine channel. It's not exactly about Zine itself, but it's close enough. It's the kind of stuff that we have to worry about with Zine. So if you want, like, if you feel like you need more help. So yeah, Super HTML. Rating and reviews. Oh no, did somebody leave a review on this bad boy? I hope not. On Ziggy. Okay. Man, come on, verify this shit. So, I think this is it, honestly. We don't crash as much. Actually, you know what? I still have a couple to-dos with panics in them now that I think about it. So we need to fix those panics. Although these have nothing to do with the extension. They have to do with well, the executable itself. Yeah, we still have these two panics here. Two panics. Decide what to do with character references. And then we're good. But all this stuff can be delayed. Maybe not the panic. The panic could be nice. Would be nice if we didn't do that. Script data. Escaped less than sign. Right. So this is good. New version of Super HTML is out. Delicious. Oh, every time I release a new version, installs reset. Tags, HTML, SHTML, Super HTML, Super HTML. Categories formatters. Okay, what happens if I search Shopify, Ruby, LSP? Programming languages, snippets testing, tags, debuggers, ERB, Ruby snippet. I see, they have this fancy thing here. Okay, so I think this is it for now. I think I'm gonna stop here. We are done. We are done with the HTML parser for for the main pass. You know, again, a lot more work to do to make a full-fledged HTML LSP, but I don't want to do that. I want to focus on on Zine, and so now I want to wire my HTML parser to my template parser, and so yeah, and implement template logic in Zine, an improved version of that. And then as we do that, we also can have the LSP provide diagnostics for the templating. Yeah, ditching 3-seater. Yeah, fuck 3-seater. Well, not completely. Zine will still depend on 3-seater because we need 3-seater for syntax highlighting of code snippets. Like as today, Zine relies on 3-seater for syntax highlighting of code snippets. But previously we were also using 3-seater for parsing HTML templates. And now we are not gonna need to do that anymore. So Zine as a project will still depend on 3-seater, but Super HTML as just the templating engine component will not depend on 3-seater anymore. So like I can show you this. Right now, Super depends on 3-seater, and we want to nuke this. We want to get rid of it. Boom. Goodbye. Yeah, we want to depend on Zig LSP kit, known folders, and Scripty. That's it. Nice. Okay, so thank you all for hanging out. I hope you have fun. You know what? I think I'll send you to the Primagen. I think he's doing Zig. I think he's zigging. Is he zigging? Maybe. I'm not exactly clear on what he's doing, but you know what? I'll rate him anyway. So thank you all, and I'll see you next time.